burnt my lips yesterday.
Yeah.
It does stay hot very long.
Down.
Oh, I burnt her lips on the tea that I made her. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 5 to 12. So this is a call for members of the public. We will be starting the first race at 10 past 12. So we'll be getting the craft out at 12 o'clock. So any members of the public, if you're in the paddock area, can you please start making your way back to the public viewing area in the next couple of minutes? Thank you. Oh, right, this is a final call for any members of the public in the paddock area. Can you now please make your way back to the public viewing area? The craft is going out onto the grid in the next couple of minutes. The first race is scheduled to start at 10 past. So if you've got a program, we are 10 minutes down on program at the start of this first block of racing today. Right, there we go. That's the 10-minute siren. So craft will be coming out onto the grid very shortly now. So welcome to day 2 here at Allerton. The weather's not quite as nice as it was yesterday. Hopefully we won't get too much of that wet stuff, which decided to come down a short while ago. So for those of you that haven't been before, I will give a brief overview of what each formula is about as they come out onto the grid. The first race up is actually a mixed group. We've got Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35s going out together. So the Formula 50, designed around the Rotax 503 engine. It's an engine that's been around for many, many years. It's twin-cylinder air-cooled, 50 horsepower, 500cc. Now, the important criteria for this particular category is you have to use the engine pretty much in its standard format as it comes out of the box, as it were. So no special carbs or exhausts. And the other restrictions are you're only allowed to use one fan to provide lift and thrust. And there is also a weight restriction on this particular category. So craft are weighed. We do have a weighing facility here. It's a mobile system. So they are weighed, and that includes driver as well. So in theory, they're all on a level playing field, but you'll notice that some are faster than the others. Formula 3 category, that's up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. And then the Formula 35s, there's only one going to be out there. They're running industrial 4-stroke engines with the total onboard capacity of 35 horsepower. So that 35 horsepower tends to be split over the two engines. Can be run through one engine, but it tends to be two, something like 5 horsepower for lift and then the rest for thrust. And they're air cooled, so typically what you would find in a lawnmower agricultural type vehicle, Briggs and Stratton or Vanguard would be the name that would be the popular choice. So the races today, 8 laps. Apart from the Colts, they'll only be doing 6. So the Colts aged 10 to 13 years of age. But I'll give you a bit more info on that, those about when they come out. So the grid, if you haven't been before, the grid will be forming up. If you're looking across, that's the grid. They'll be forming up there. They'll be disappearing off down the tree to drop onto the lake. It all gets a bit manic down there at the first turn. Now you can obviously wander over to the side of the grid and watch them go off and drop down, and then sprint it back over to the main public viewing area, probably where you're stood now, to watch them on the main course. Well, I'm hoping this is only a short shower. Wasn't on my radar for today. So let's whip down to the grid. I got a bit distracted there. So our pole sitter for the race is Nick Drew, 81. Second spot is 110, Jake Trustler. Third is 95. And that is Dan Turnbull, I think. And Josh Morales completing the front row. Josh having a problem in the second race yesterday, so he's would normally have been on pole. And he's our current world champ, crowned in Germany last year. Second row, Elliot Follen, 117. Then we got 169. So this is our first race meeting of the season. There's new teams formed, and all the regular drivers have switched around, and so I'm not sure who's in 169 at the moment. 51 is Georgia Olner. That's row 2 complete. Row 3. We've got 153, and that is Oscar Lewenden. Then 144, Richard Pound, he's in a Formula 3. And Josh Trussler, 48, he had a bad day yesterday. Ah, that's right, he got caught up with Josh Morales on the first turns. They dropped onto the water, and so both of them got tangled up. Josh eventually got away and managed to get a few laps on the board, hence why he's moved onto the fourth spot on the front row. But unfortunately, Josh never actually got into the race at all, so he's dropped a whole bucket load of points there. Then we've got number 37, Joe Smith. That completes row 3. Row 4, we got 171, Zoe Deacon in that F35, and Nancy Devlin, 167, and then 86, Ben Lambert. So 14 craft in this race, 8 laps. So they'll head straight off. They'll be starting on the set of lights. They'll head off down the dip and do a sharp right. There's a tree there. They'll drop onto the water that just about accommodates two craft wide. It gets a bit manic on that first turn. They'll sprint straight up the water. Now I've been told that Josh Morales Number 43 will probably be the pace setter, and he'll be looking at a speed of about 60 mile an hour going up the lake. They'll turn at the Orange Buoy and then come back towards the land and come up onto the land, do the hairpin turn, and then round in front of our race control and through and to do another lap. Just been given the heads up. 169 is Kerris Roads. So 169 Kerris this time. So the procedure the drivers go through, they've had the 10-minute board, they'll get a 5-minute board, they'll be in the paddock area. Then we go on to a 2-minute board, which is shown on the actual grid. At that point, that's where we see the drivers starting to fire up their engines and get checked by the marshals to make sure they've all got their helmets strapped up properly, and more importantly, their lanyards connected. Now, the lanyard is a cord that connects from the driver, can be the wrist or life jacket, through to a switch. So in the event of a driver coming out of the craft, that cord gets pulled and the engine automatically stops. We've had a couple of swimmers this morning, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more during the racing. I won't say this race, but who knows? Right, 2-minute board coming up very shortly now. There we go, 2 minutes away from the start. So watch out for Josh Morales, number 43 there. Formula 50 world champion. He'll be looking to try and get down to that tree first and trying to get a clear shot of getting round, but he will be up against 95. Dan Turnbull, 110, Jake Trosser, and 81, Nick Jewett, our pole sitter. So it's all going to be a bit tight for those four. Any of those could be down there first. Yeah. Yeah, we grid them up as they. Yeah. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Great start by Josh Morales. I think is going to be down there first, but Nick Jaw on the inside. It is going to be 43, Josh Morales, then 81, 95, 110, 117, 48, 51, 37. Oh no, I've lost it. So, coming through the line first, Josh Willis with a small lead, 43 over Dan Turnbull, 95, then 81 Nick Drew, then a gap to 110 Jake Trusher, 112 then in on Josh Trusser, 48, 51 George Rollner, 97 Joe Smith, 153 Oscar Luna, 144 Richard Pound, 86 Ben Lambert, they're still coming through, 167 Nancy Devlin comes through, and then our F35, 171 Zoe Deacon. So leader Josh Morales, 43 at the far end of the lake there. Turn the boy is catching the tail ender. Zoe Deacon in the F35. He'll be looking to try and get past as quickly as possible to come up onto the land. That gives him a bit of a breathing space. So Dan Turnbull still there. He's managed to get past as well. And 81 Nick Drew also getting past that F35. 3 laps completed now. Right, midpoint in the race. Josh Morales, 43, still leading, but Dan Turnbull, 95, still very much in touch. So going to be catching the back markers fairly soon. Third spot is still Nick Drew, 81. Fourth is 110, Jake Trusser with his brother, 48, Josh Trussler on his tail now as they go up the lake. So the two brothers, 110 and 48, now buckling for position. That is for fourth spot. And Zoe Deacon returns back to the paddock in that F35 171. Nick Drew in third spot, dropping back. He's got skirt damage on that front right corner. Right, the battle for the lead has hotted up. The back markers playing a part. Josh Ferrell still leading 43, but Dan Turnbull 95 has closed the gap down as they drop onto the water with 2 laps to go now. Up the lake, Josh Morales topping out at around about 60 mile an hour. That's what he was doing yesterday. And Nick Drew, 81 in third spot. He's still holding on to that third, but he is struggling with that skirt damage. Josh Trussler now moves up past his brother. So Josh Trussler now up to fourth. Jake Trussler dropping to fifth. Last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Our leader goes through. 43, Josh Brown, still being chased by Dan Turnbull. In number 95 as they go up the lake. Oh, Josh Trussler's made a mistake. He's through the bushes. He's back onto the lake. But, oh, Josh Trussler, I'm not quite sure what happened, but he suddenly skewed off to the left. Through the reeds, scrubbed off a lot of speed, managed to stay in the craft, but his brother Jake Trussler 110 has moved back up a place. So Josh just losing the 1 place there. And the checkered flag has gone down. Josh Morales takes the win, 43. Dan Turnbull, 95, takes second. Nick Drew, 81, takes third. And coming through in fourth, 110, Jake Trussler. Fifth goes to 48, Josh Trussler. Sixth goes to 51, George Olner. Seventh goes to 117, Elliot Folland. Then we got the F3 of 144, Richard Pound. In first place for 8th overall. Then we got 37, Joe Smith in 9th overall. 10th overall, 153, Oscar Lewington. So he'll come through in second in F3. 11th overall, 167, Nancy Devlin. She'll come through third for F3. And then we got Zoe Deacon in that F35. Right, next up, our group. We've got the Colts. So the Colts, we are looking at 10 to 13 years of age. They are restricted in what they can run, engine-wise. But the overriding factor is the amount of thrust they can actually produce out of the back. And so no point in getting an engine that fits the category and then tuning it to its max, because ultimately at the end of the day, there's only a certain amount of thrust you can produce. So the drivers have been given the 2-minute board, but we're on hold. I'm just looking down my sheet. We should have some more Colts, I suspect. So whether we're waiting, no, we shouldn't be waiting for them, but whether they'll appear on the grid. So I'm going to take this moment to actually say something to somebody that is listening in Australia. Yes, I've got your family standing next to me. Yes, Theo Spedding is on the grid. So hello to Polly Spedding over in Australia. Hope you're not too hungover from last night, apparently. So I've heard. It's oh dear. Right, okay. So Theo's betting in pole position, number 2, alongside. And now I'm going to have to check out the name because this particular craft has got about 50 drivers. That's a bit exaggeration, but it either could be Louis McGavin or Alex Hewitt Healy. I'm looking to see if I can find somebody who knows. Right, here's the main man. He'll know. Which one have we got? 1-3. Oh, hang on. I haven't got email. Oh, yeah, Rudy. Okay, I missed that one. Yeah, it was 3 drivers on that one. So it's Rudy Dorman in 132. And JJ McGavin in 133, who's just come out the late starter. So we've got 2 craft there. 132 and 133. That's got about 6 drivers. Does Colts, novices, adults. Right. We've gone on 2-minute board, I think. We've just got the 3 craft out for this race. So 6 laps.
Oh, yeah, look, Paul, you all right? Yeah, good. You've been all right, cruising day. Yeah, I think George was blowing my bank. So she did really well yesterday. She managed to ruin it all in one practice and one meet. So leave it till then. It's just because you started it.
Right, we're on the 1-minute board now. 1 minute away from the start.
Actually, I've got the earplugs of both, and I still hear people.
Yeah. These like intercoms in the crash out there, so riding the motorbikes now, and they're great because you can either have if you the headphones are flat, so they sit on the inside of the whole pipe, but you can still have earplugs. So it cuts the wind out. Yeah. But just like what you're saying, it still channels the. Oh, there's another one on the back.
Right, we're away. The lights have changed. And Theo off to a great start. 132 is second, then 133. Right, so Theo's betting off to a great start. Turned at the far end of the lake there. Coming back to the marker buoy up onto the land. Oh, Theo pulling out a nice gap now. He has popped a segment on that front left corner. Shouldn't be a major problem, but he's going to have to be a little bit careful going up the lake. So with that segment that's popped, it's a skirt segment, so that's now making it that he's losing pressure underneath in the skirt. That obviously makes the cushion a bit softer, and with the wind conditions, that can present problems for a driver. The skirt will collapse, the craft will stop, and the driver doesn't. They go for a swim. Hopefully that's not the case, because it's a bit cold in there today. So Rudy Dorman, nice bit of lift there coming off the lake, bit of air. Just to give a JJ McGavin, looks as though they took the long route round the bull at the far end there to allow Theo to come through. So as Theo comes through the line, that's 4 laps completed. 2 laps to go now. So 132 going past. So that I'll just make a comment that what looks like a piece of plastic sheet across the front of the fan, that's a restrictor that's been put on to reduce the amount of thrust. It may well be that that craft is used by one of the adults, so they'll take that off for when the adult uses it, they can get the max thrust out. But for this particular coal category, they've had to reduce the amount of air going into the fan. So hence why you see that sheet over the front of the fan there. So last lap board out now. 1 lap to go for Theo Spedding. Number 2. So our leader's already gone through and taken the checkered flag. Oh no, hang on. I just looked at my screen. I wandered off for a moment, came back, and suddenly realised that we'd lost Theo Spenny. So 132 has gone through to take the checkered flag. So our leader, Theo Spenny, I've lost him somewhere on track. Ah, we spotted him. He's on the lake at the far end. I don't know what he's done, but he's now come away from the bank and he's back on track. But having had a comfortable lead all the way through the race, has suddenly dropped it on the last lap. But he's back on track. So JJ McGavin comes through in second, I think. I'm just waiting for my screen to refresh. So Theo finally coming through. I really don't know what happened there. I took my eye off the ball for a moment. He disappeared out of sight. He's come through the line. So he's actually come through in second spot. He was so far ahead that he still managed to get the second. So not a major disaster. And 133. So 132 took the win. And that was Rudy Dorman. Second goes to Theo Spedding, number 2. And third goes to 133, JJ McGavin. Right, we're now picking up the pace. And we are running the Formula 1s and the Formula 2s. So, Formula 2, up to 600cc two-stroke, 750cc four-stroke. They're all two-strokes this weekend. And I've been informed that the top F2 driver, which is on the front row of the grid in amongst the Formula 1s, was hitting 70 mile an hour yesterday going up the lake. And that is George Barnes in number 77, so craft with the green dot. Our pole sitter for the race, the Formula 1 craft, is Cy Francis. So Formula 1, unlimited capacity, anything goes. We're looking at anything from 180 to 230 horsepower for thrust. So CC, forget it, it's all about grunt, and that is horsepower. They'll top out at around about 80 mile an hour on some courses, and they'll accelerate most standard road cars from a standing start. So pole setter, Cy Francis, number 3, second spot, Adam Turnbull, number 14. Then we got the Formula 2, 77, George Barnes, and then completing front row, 25 is Stevie Milligan in a Formula 1. Second row, number 1, Callum Beale, sorry. I think that's Callum Beale, the son, Formula 1. Then we got a Formula 2, 55, Simon Oakley. Then 53, Oscar Lewington in a Formula 2. Then row 3, 61, Dave Pole, Formula 2. And then completing row 3 is Maciek Uckerman. So we got 4, 7, 8, 9 craft on the grid.
It's like you go, well, and then sort of
Supposed to rain this morning.
roll a bit more than okay, a bit more than okay.
Right. This is going to be fast and furious going down into the first turn. Here we go, run the lights. And we're away, and it's Adam Turnbull's off to an absolute flyer. Can he hold it going up the lake though? It's 14, 25, 2, no, 1, then 2, then 27, 55, 53, 98, 61. That's as they go up the lake. So Adam Turnbull still holding on to that lead. Bit sensitive coming up the back there. Stevie Milligan on his tail, number 25. Then is Callum Bell, number 1. Then the 2, 17 pounds. Then 55, Simon Oakley, Formula 2. 53, Oscar Lewington. 98, Mike Elderman. 61, Dave Baldry. And the front end's getting quite airborne as the F1's come out of the lake. Callum Bill moving up to second place now. He's chasing down Adam Turnbull. Adam with a small bit of sky damage at the moment, so it shouldn't be a major problem, but that may make a difference as Callum Bill, number 1, closes the gap to the leader. Third is Stevie Milligan, 25. Then the lead F2 craft, 77, George Barnes. Oh, we've lost Cy Francis, I've just noticed. Cy Francis stopped just before the transition onto the water. His lift is running, but no thrust. Right, Adam Turnbull has now got more sky damage. That front left corner. So Callum Beale now is closing down that gap. I think Callum will be looking to make the pass in the next couple of laps with 3 laps gone. Callum takes a wide sweep as they go to the far end of the lake. See if he can do the cut back round the boy. It's close. They're side by side as they run back towards the transition onto the land. And he makes it through. So Callum Beale is our new leader, number 1. Adam Turnbull having to concede. He drops back to second. Third, some way back, is Stevie Milligan, 25, just coming out of the lake. He's being chased by 77, George Barnes, and 25, Stevie Milligan moves off. Round the hairpin turn, Stevie Milligan has dropped out. And Stevie back on track again. I'm not quite sure that there. I think he lost his thrust momentarily. So as it comes through, that's 5 laps completed now. Number 14, Adam Turnbull goes through in a comfortable second. Our lead F2 goes through. George 177 is way ahead of anybody else in that Formula 2 category. So 6 laps gone. Our leader sprinting up the lake. Number 1, Callum Bill, be looking at around about 70 miles an hour. Going up the lake. So 1 lap to go now. 1 lap to go. The last lap board is now out. Oh, and Adam Turnbull goes through the line, gets the airborne, and he's swung off to one side. Back on track. Adam Turnbull almost came across there. The craft lifted, swung him off to one side. It almost ended up going back into the paddock. Luckily, nobody close enough to take advantage there, so Adam holds on to that second spot. And coming through to take the win, number 1, Callum Beale. Coming through in second, number 14, Adam Turnbull. That's the Formula Ones. And coming through in third overall, but first for the Formula Twos, number 77, George Barnes. Still waiting for fourth. That should be Stevie Milligan. So Stevie Milligan comes through in third for the Formula One, but fourth overall. Coming through in second for the Formula 2's 55, Simon Oakley, but fifth overall. Coming through in third for the F2s. We'll just focus on the F2s now. Third for the F2s is 61, Dave Palfrey. Then fourth is 53, Oscar Lundon. Then we got 98 from a Jack Uckman. Right, okay, so we now drop the pace down to the juniors, but hopefully not the excitement. Right, so the group up now. We're looking at the juniors. So juniors are aged 13 to 16 years of age. They are restricted in what they can run. As a general guide, it's the Formula 3 spec craft, so that's up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke, or the Formula 50 craft, that's based around the Rotax 503 engine, 50 horsepower standard, and then the F35. So our pole sitter for this race is 44, Lily Elston. Then we got Emily Lewandon in 153. And then in third spot, we got number 7, Maya Barlow. I'm just going to have a look to see who's missing off that front row because there is a spot vacant at the moment. Ah, yes, there should be Tom Hudson, 46. He did a race yesterday, but he's got actually a knee injury, so his body's told him that now it's not a good idea to go racing. So second row, we've got 158, and that is Tyler Reynolds. And then on row 3, we've got number 5. Where did the turn? Well, she's got up, but this will be a rerun. So the wind just getting up either side of the craft there as she went into that turn. She was carrying a lot of speed for that craft going into that turn. Okay, so it's gone down there as a precaution, I think. And the craft will be sent back to the paddock once it's clear for them to do so. And the next group will call forward.
With heart rate monitors on the roof. On the start, and I think, yeah, on the grid, the heart rate's all right, and then when they get going, it's like what you'd expect them like a high formula. Yeah, 160, 170 at work, but like in the zone. Team medal will, right? Like,
team manager to be unfit, what?
yeah. Well, basically, yeah. And no control over the situation either. He's the right person. Not Novice today.
Oh, sorry, no, that wasn't the question. No, yes, that wasn't the question, really. The Formula 50 Arrive and Drive, is there anybody who's doing that today? Ross, whilst we're waiting for that situation to be dealt with, if you have come along today and this is your first time of seeing hovercraft racing, then welcome. This is our first race meeting of the 2025 season. And we do have a whole race series in the UK this year. I'll talk about that shortly. But if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more about the racing, then our main website is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, if you search for @official_HCGB. So that's @official_HCGB. That will come up with Facebook, Instagram. Another good place to go and look at racing clips and interviews is if you go to Facebook or Instagram, and search for Hovercraft Racing Reels. It will come up as HRR. So HRR, Hovercraft Racing Reels. Lots of clips on there of racing over the last couple of years and interviews, especially at the World Championships that took place in Germany last year, which the UK featured very heavily, and we came back with quite a few trophies. Now, a new feature that we've got, which we started last year, which is if you've come along and you think, oh, mind having a go at this, but don't really want to go into that investment of getting a craft just to see if you like it, we do have now the ability or the facility of what we call Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. That's what it's called, Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. If you search for that on a search engine such as Google, it's the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain that you're looking for. And you would be able to rent a craft for a day or 2 days. It's a Formula 50 craft specifically for this scenario. If you want to hire it for a day, it's £215. If you want to hire it for 2 days, it's £360. Now, I know it's been taken up for a few of the events this year. Tomorrow it's being used. It's actually being used by somebody, and they're going to be doing some filming for TV. So that's one to watch out for. It's not being used today. So if you're interested in that, the way to contact the club is either email at the email address info@hovercraft.org.uk. So that's info@hovercraft.org.uk to make an inquiry, or just go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk and you'll find the link on there. So it's Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. Now, we always are also putting out a live feed this weekend. Most of our events, we do put out a live feed. You can watch that on YouTube. So you can look at that tonight or tomorrow or anytime you like. So with that live feed, as I said earlier, we've actually got, I know we've got somebody in Australia watching today, so it is being watched all over. So go look at the other race events, race sites that we race at, and see the different variations, because each site does have its own challenges, should we say, and the amount of water we use and land we use. So our next event, which is at Rother Valley Country Park, which is down at Sheffield, so not a million miles from here, is on the 7th and 8th of June. Then we go down to 21st, 22nd of June to Whittleby Hall, which is right next to Silverstone. If you know where Silverstone is, then it's right next to it. In fact, the field that we use to race on, well, plus the lake, is actually used as one of the main camping areas for the Formula One Grand Prix. Then 26th, 27th of July. Oh, we're back up to the Whittleby one. That is also a European event. Then 26th, 27th of July, we're down at Southampton, a place called Gangrelly. Then we go to a new site, which is near Buckingham, 21st of September. And then we go for our final event back to Whittleby Hall on the 4th and 5th of October. So the medics have finished down there. They're returning back to the positions. Hopefully Emily will be fine. A few bruises. She does bounce well. And no doubt she'll give me her own version of what happened. Mum's up here, so she doesn't look too phased. Right, I've just been told she'll have a nice bruise on her shin. Knowing Emily, she'll be very proud of it and she'll be showing it off to everybody. So the Lewandon family, her brother races Oscar in Formula 50 now. He was in juniors, and Dad races as well. Jamie in Formula 2.
Maybe I should not be anywhere near. I think that is.
Why is Oh, I've just been given a snippet of information regarding
Hammer
Emily
away, great
Lewandon.
start by Lily Elson, number
Oh, that's not
44.
a good day to get a bruise on your leg. It's her
Goes through into
birthday.
the lead.
It's
Where
Emily's
did
birthday
oh,
today.
Emily's
She's
rolled it.
13.
Oh.
That's not a good way to celebrate it. So we've got novices coming out now. The craft coming onto the grid is a Formula One. It's actually a previously qualified driver. He's having to re-qualify. So novices have to do 15 races before they can qualify up. They have to do 10 marshalling duties as well. They can use any of the main Formula craft. Mike, very experienced driver, just let his license lapse, so he's having to do his re-qualification. So he's out there to impress the race director, who's stood right next to him. So hopefully there's no money exchanging hands there. Oh, look, there's a hand going across. Is there any money in it? I doubt it, knowing my king. He's a northerner. So they're doing 8 laps. Mike actually, his lift engine stopped. His lift engine stopped during practice this morning. Fortunately, it did it just after he got onto the land. So I'm just going down the grid now. So I mentioned Hovercraft racing reels. Mike's actually now being interviewed on the grid by Trevor for one of those reels. So I might interject actually. Trev, can I just interrupt for a moment? I noticed that Mike was talking to our race director there, Tim, and I mentioned that Mike was re-qualifying, and I noticed them quite close together and a hand going across from Mike to Tim. I just wondered whether there was any money exchanging hands to get a quick, re-qualification. But I said, being a northern, no, that ain't going to happen. Right, I'll leave you to it. It's looking as though we might only have the one craft, so I think he'll probably just do the minimum number of laps. We did have some more novices yesterday, but I know one of them is being used by multiple drivers in multiple formulas, so it may well be that that's just a bit of too much of an ask at the moment. Right, I just heard over the radio that Mike will be just doing 3 laps and then coming back in just to tick a box. So once Mike's done his 3 laps, he's going through the official 2-minute, 1-minute board. Then we'll get the juniors back out again for their rerun. And hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll see Emily out as well. So that Formula One craft, I know what horsepower he's got in the back there, but it'll be, I generally talk about Formula Ones having a horsepower of between 180 and 230 horsepower. That's just to drive that one fan at the back, plus a lift engine at the front. As I say, the top F1s will out accelerate most standard road cars from a standing start. That's the sort of acceleration they've got. Mike was topping out at around about 65 going up the lake yesterday. Come on, Mike, show us what you got. Wow, that was a bit of a cruise off the line there. No snap of the throttle. That'd be slightly different when it gets out with the F1s. So he did have a problem with that lift engine during practice. The lift engine died on him just after he got onto the land, which was fortunate he did it there rather than on the water. Otherwise, he might have gone for a swim. Right, that's the 10-minute board just gone up for the rerun of the junior race. Do you want him? Oh. Oh dear, one craft. All he had to do was 3 laps, and that looks like a thrust engine that's decided not to play ball. So poor old Mike, the lift engine died earlier, now the thrust. Right, the juniors meanwhile are now reforming up onto the grid. Right, okay. Bored. I'm bored with Mike King now. He's down. Let's go over and look at the juniors again. Well, good news. Emily's back out again. Let's go on and see if we can have a quick chat with her. She's not backward in coming forward. At the World Championships in Germany last year, I interviewed her. Oh dear, he couldn't stop her talking. So, Emily, I've come down. Oh, yeah, you got a bruise on your leg. Hang on, I'll swing my mic over. See if it.
No.
No, she's not. She's not coming through. Yeah, the voice is too squeaky. So you got a bruise on your leg. I'm now getting an evil stare from Emily through her helmet visor. A graze on the leg. Is that what the gaffer tape's covering up? Oh, 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 oh no. Yeah, it's a birthday. I did mention that earlier. I got the heads up. So she's got new overalls on, and the medics have gone and blooming cut her overall legs up, and they're just gaffer tape holding them all together. That sounds like an expensive weekend for mum and dad to buy a new set of overalls. No, then they'll probably make her wear those for the rest of the year. So that's the 5 minute board. So so having mentioned the World Championships last year, we've actually got a few people here in the Colts. I'm just looking around, juniors, sorry, to find out who what. So I can't remember what position who came. Emily, where did you come? Second in the Colts because you've grown up since last year. So she's now in the juniors. These kids do that. I'm looking around. So Maya, fourth, uh, third in the world. Hang on, hang on. We're now talking to Lily Olsen, third in the world in juniors and second in the nationals. Oh, Tyler, top man. Where did you come, Tyler? First in the worlds and first in the nationals. Oh, for the it's Colts last year. So you're another one that's grown up and got old. Oh, second in the European. Oh, I forgot to mention that. With only a second. Only a second. Oh, first in the European for Maya. Gosh. So we've got all the top drivers here in the UK. Actually, having said that, we you got third in the European, and your name is Lucas Rhodes. Yes. So actually, chatting to these juniors, many of our top drivers over the years have gone on to be world champions, European champions that have come over from different countries to race in the UK. The over here in the UK, we have the only real big race series going on. For many years, drivers come over from Sweden, Germany, France, and Italy to race in the juniors and gone on to become European and world champions. So what you see in front of you could end up being future world champions when they get up into the world adult classes. Looks like we might be coming to the start fairly soon. So 8 laps for these juniors. So if memory serves me right, we've got an open race after this. Then we'll be going for a break, at which point you'll be able to go in and have a look at the paddock. The craft up close, but I will announce that when we get to it. Right, here we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. Let's see if we can get a clean start this time. Right, 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. Right, let's see if Emily is still as brave. She got down there first last time, but rolled it. Let's see if that's going to affect her drive off the line. Coming up to the lights very soon now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Emily, Lily off to a great start. Emily dropping in second there. So Lily, Emily, Maya. I'll pick the rest up as they come up the lake. No change of places at the moment. They all got round the tree and onto the lake clean. So we've got a late starter coming out, number 82. So the late starter just coming out of in front of the leader. So 82 is James Cooper. He's just ahead of the actual leader of the race, Lily Olsen, number 44. So he's a lap down, or will be very shortly. So Lily's still holding on to that lead. She drops onto the lake. 3 laps gone. Mars still within striking distance. One five eight. Tyler Reynolds in third. Then Emily 153 in fourth. Those two still very much in touch as they go up the lake. So here comes the battle for the lead through the line. 4 laps gone. Oh, Lily Elston, the engine's faded. As she crossed the line, the engine dropped. The revs dropped. The engine is still running, but no grunt coming out of it. So our new leader is number 7, Maya Barlow. So Lily's still stuck there. The engine's running, but the power's not coming out. So it's now Maya in first, Emily in second, Tyler in third, Harley Orman, number 75, in fourth, then Lucas. And then, lap down, James Cooper in 82. Right, just walked round. Lily returned back to the paddock. Looks so Dad may have had a tweak at it, and she's back on track. So Lily Olsen back in the race, but lost a whole load of places. Oh, we got one craft that just doing a bit of a spin now. I think that might be number 82, possibly. Gets the craft back under control. So just looking to see where Lily Elston is going to drop into now. She's dropped to 5th, I think, at the moment, by the looks of it. Right, last lap board is now up. 1 lap to go. Maya Barlow, number 7, goes through the line. So Maya Barlow, number 7, takes the win. She goes through the line with a very comfortable win in the end. Looking back for second, that's Harley Allman at the moment. He's still going up the lake. So Meyer with a convincing win in that race. A main contender, number 44. Right. I've just been told my screen is needs to be refreshed. Second spot is actually number 5, Lucas Rhodes. Or is it? Let's see. No, I think it is Harley Allman. Yeah, so Harley Allman is second, number 75. Then Lucas Road, number 5 in third. And coming through in fourth, Lily Elson, number 44. Fifth is 82, James Cooper. Right, so we are now coming to our final race in this first block of racing before we go for a break. So we're looking at the open formula race, open to all main formulas, apart from the juniors, Colts, novices. So we tend to get a real break here of different formulas.
grids probably.
So in pole position, we've got number one, Conrad Bill. This time, Dad's out. Former UK, European, and world champion. Just mentioning that. And so Formula One in pole position. Second spot, number 55. This time it is Sue Oakley, so wife of Simon. Then we got Jake Trussler. So she's running the Formula 2. Jake Trussler in the Formula 50 in that fluorescent green craft running the Formula 50 there. And then we have got a gap. So I'm waiting to find out where that's going to be filled. Second row, we've got 61, Dave Palfrey in the Formula 2. Then 98, Maciek Uchman in also Formula 2. Row 3, we got number 48, Josh Trussler. So two brothers out in the same race. 116. I'm trying to see who the driver is. She's wandered off. So a lot of these drivers run as teams, and I'm not sure which one is in it this time. So the drivers have been shown the 2-minute ball, but there's a hold. So there is a delay somewhere in the start of this race. Going further back on the grid, on row 4 is 53, Jamie Lewington in a Formula 2. So that hold board means now that anybody comes out onto the grid forfeits their grid position, and they will have to start at the back. So directly after this, I will be opening up the paddock for members of the public to have a look around. So you'll be free to go in at that point. So we'll just run through a few things now whilst it's quiet. If you are going to go into the paddock area after this race, a few things to note. It's strictly a no smoking zone. That includes e-cigarettes as well. If you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft. Watch out for those hot exhausts. They can be anywhere on the craft. And if you want to ask any techie questions, the drivers are usually pretty amenable to answering anything. Unless they got an engine apart or a fan apart and there's spanners flying everywhere, then maybe best to not ask them anything at that point. But right, sounds as if there's something on the course that's just delaying us slowly, but we are now good to go. Apparently that is now cleared. Oh, so Jamie Lewington's been moved up into the second row, number 53. So having mentioned that I couldn't work out who 116 is, I still can't work out who the driver is. I'll hopefully find out when I get back to media trailer. Oh, it is Serena Hackett. So Serena Hackett, I just spotted her. So a lot of these craft do run as teams. So I do have to keep an eye on which driver's in the craft at any one particular time. Right, 1 minute away from the start. 1 minute. So that Formula One in pole position yesterday in the open race, he was the only Formula One out there, and he tried to lap every craft on the track by the end of the race. Didn't quite manage it. Sue Oakley was the only one in front at the end by just a few meters. Let's see if Conrad can actually do it again. Do it this time. Oh, somebody's creeping forward a bit. That's Sue Oakley. Put her back into a grid spot. Right, coming up to the lights very shortly. Here we go. We're on the lights. And we're away. Great start. But look at the difference in the F1. Off like a shot. So Conrad Bill just making his mark there. He's away and gone already in that F1. And the race has been stopped. Right, there's an incident just at the beginning of the water straight. Number 98, Maciek Uckman. The craft is probably deemed to be in a dangerous place. The driver appears to be okay. I didn't see what happened. So the driver was out of the craft, so it's quite a dangerous spot there. The craft would have been going through at high speed in quite a narrow gap. So this race is going to have to be rerun. So I'm going to have to get an update from the race director now as to how that is going to happen. Normally we would bring the next group forward, but we're going to a break now. Well, in theory. So I'll have to come back to you shortly as to what the race director wants to do. Right, I'm just waiting for our race director to get back to me. He's dealing with that incident down there at the moment. This is where we get to see the joys of watching a marshal try to throw a throw rope to a stricken craft. The rope is coiled up in a bag. The bag gets thrown and it uncoils. And it's quite comical sometimes watching the marshal trying to get that thrown to the right place. We even have practice sessions at it sometimes to see who can actually get closest. Well, they've managed to walk it across. It's not actually that deep, so Sorry. Oh,
Yeah, so yeah, it's pretty exciting. Yeah, and again, I think it's really, they were so big. Yeah, try, yeah, and keep yourself calm. Yeah, you've got to the point now, like, getting more members of the game, the pub.
right, I'm still waiting for an update as to what's going to happen with this rerun. I think I'll take a walk down there to the incident and see what's going to happen.
Gonna have the break. We're gonna have the break now.
Right, I've had an update from our race director, and what the plan is we're going to get the craft back to the paddock. Once we've got them all settled down, we're then going to close the paddock off. Sorry, open the paddock up. Trying to walk in front of the craft there. So we're getting the craft back to the paddock. We're going to then open up the paddock for a break, and the next race will start at 3 o'clock. Right, so once we've got the craft settled in the paddock, we're going to then open up the paddock area for members of the public to go in and have a look around. The next race will start at 3 o'clock. So they'll be coming out onto the grid at 10 to 3. So members of the public, you've got until 2:45, which is almost an hour, to have a look around. But we do need to get those crafts settled down. If you want to get into the paddock, just go to the ropes there, follow the ropes around the back of the grid, and that will take you into the paddock exit or entrance. Sorry. So just a reminder, strictly a no smoking zone in the paddock area. That includes e-cigarettes. Watch out for those hot exhausts, especially if you've got any young children with you.
I said it wrong. We realise we have something to You're so confused. It's the old part, me, that said
Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 1:45. So this is a shout out to members of the public that are in the paddock area. If you can start making your way back to the public viewing area in the next couple of minutes, the craft will be coming out onto the grid at 10:02. So the start of the race will be at 3 o'clock. So shout out for members of the public. Can you please start making your way back to the public viewing area in the next couple of minutes? Thank you. Right, that is the siren. So the 10-minute board now up for the rerun of the open race. So any members of the public, you are now required to be in the public viewing area. So all members of the public, you are now meant to be in the public viewing area. Right, okay. So this, if you've come in recently, this race is a rerun of the open race that happened just before the break. There was an incident just after the start, literally just after the start, as it dropped onto the water, and so the race was stopped. We didn't have enough time to rerun it straight away, so we went for a break. We're now back from the break, and we're going to do these reruns. So this is an open race, open formula race. There'll be another one later at the end of the block of racing, so there'll be two this afternoon now. Open to all the main formulas apart from the juniors, Colts, and novices. So a complete mixed bag. We never know quite what we're going to get. So I'm going to run through the grid with what we've got so far. We got number one, Conrad Beale, dad driving it this time. His son does the Formula One races. Conrad, a former UK, European, and world champion. So that's the only Formula One on the grid, I think, for this race. The last race yesterday, he was determined to beat everybody on the track and lap them. Yeah, not just beat them, but lap them. He nearly made it. Sue Oakley, number 55, alongside in that Formula 2, was the only one that managed to stay on the same lap. So Sue Oakley in 55 in that Blue Craft Formula 2. Third spot is a Formula 50, 110, Jake Trustler, the all green craft there. He's got his brother on this grid in row 3, 48, Josh Trustler. He's also running Formula 50. Row 2, we've got 61, Dave Palfrey in a Formula 2. He normally races with his daughter, but unfortunately she's pregnant, so she's not racing at the moment. So Dave's having to do the Formula 2s and the Opens. Alongside Dave is a Jamie Lewington in a Formula 2, number 53. Josh Trussell, already spoken about him in number 48 of Formula 50. And 116, Serena Hackett, also in the Formula 50. So 8 laps, all the races this afternoon, 8 laps apart from the Colts. Right, so fully in number 1 there, the pole says in that Formula 1 to sprint away off the line and leave the rest behind in his wake. Coming up to the lights very soon now. Oh, and it looks as though Serena Hackett might have a problem. 116 at the back there. She's got a helmet off. Number 3 as a late starter. That's another Formula 1, actually. Cy Francis. He had a problem earlier. So there we go. The Formula off the line. Quick squirt of throttle. Eases off. And he's away. 55 just pops on in second. And 110 in third. We'll pick the rest up as they go up the lake. So Conrad goes through the line. With Sue Oakley, 55 in second, 110, 48. Oh, 48, Josh Russell, just catching the thrust from his brother there, 110. Almost went wrong for Josh there. So the two brothers going up the lake. The green craft 110, Jake Trussler, 48. The blue one, Josh Trussler. Josh will be looking to pass his brother. He did that in the last race. Let's see how many laps it takes for him to actually achieve that. 2 laps gone. So our leader, way and gone. Sue Oakley, 55, going up the lake there in a comfortable second. But the battle is on between the two brothers for that third spot. The Greencraft 110, Jake Truster and Josh Truster, 48. Just behind it. They're now being approached by the late starter, the Formula One number 3, Cy Francis. Behind that is number 61, Dave Palfrey. Right, I lead across the line. That's midpoint of the race now. 4 laps completed. And Serena Hackett finally getting off the grid, 116. Oh no, our leader just lost the lift engine. Number 1, Conrad Bill, the lift engine suddenly stopped just as he was approaching the line, so we've lost our leader at the moment. So number 1, Conrad Bill, the clear leader, is in. His lift engine has died and he's powered it off the track. So well, he's still currently the leader. We're waiting for 55, Sue Oakley. There she is. She goes through the line. So Sue Oakley is our new leader in the Formula 2 craft. Second across the line is 110, Jake Trussler, and I was fully expecting Josh to be right behind, but okay, I'm not sure what happened, but Josh is coming through now. So something happened on the lake that I've missed. So Josh dropping way back, and he actually dropped a place because Dave Palfrey in 61 has now moved to 4th. Josh Trussler, number 48, has dropped to 5th. And that's 6 laps completed now. Well, I've just had word that Cy Francis, number 3, has stopped on the lake. Right, our leader's just gone through. It's 55, Sue Oakley in that Formula 2. 1 lap to go. Cy Francis coming out as a late starter, stopped on the lake at the far end. So Stu Oakley in the Formula 2 takes the win. Number 55. Coming out the lake in currently in second spot, 110 Jake Trussler. So Jake crosses the line, number 110 in second. Third goes to Joe Falker in the Formula 2. Fourth across the line, 48 Josh Trussler in the Formula 50. Looks like fifth will go to 53 Jamie Lewington, and then Serena Hackett 116. So we're now going to be going back onto our normal program. So that race you've just seen was a rerun of the open race, which should have happened before the break. Well, it did, but it was red flagged and rerun. So that's what we've just seen. We're now going on to our normal program. So we've got the Formula 50s, the Formula 3s, and Formula 35s coming up now. So the Formula 50s, based around the Rotax 503 engines, twin cylinder air cooled. They have to run it in standard format. So no special carbs or exhausts. They're only allowed to use the one engine and one fan. Hull design is up to them, but there is a weight restriction on this particular category, so the craft are weighed. Formula 3 is up to 250cc two-stroke, 500cc four-stroke. I believe all the craft running this weekend are two-stroke. Then we've got the Formula 35s. We've only got one here this weekend. And they run industrial four-stroke engines. So typically a Briggs & Stratton type of engine you see on a lawnmower, agricultural type vehicle. And but they're only allowed to use a maximum of 35 horsepower total of all the engines on board. Now that could be one single engine or split over two. When it's split over two, you generally see something like 5 horsepower for lift and all the rest then for thrust. They also have to use a fan, large fan, which is restricted with the RPM. So different category again. So Josh Trussler, who's just been out in that race, quick splash and dash. He's been into the paddock, refueled, probably, and back out onto the grid for his Formula 50 race. As you can see, he's further up the field. So our pole sitter for this race is Nick Drew, number 81, alongside the current world champion, number 43, Josh Morales. We had the World Championships in Germany last year, so Josh taking the crown there. Apparently, his speed up the main water straight is 60 mile an hour, around that sort of mark. So it just gives you an idea of the Formula 50s. Third on the front row, number 95, Dan Turnbull. Fourth is currently missing. Second row, 17, Elliot Holland. Then Josh Trussler, 48. So these are all Formula 50s at the moment. Then we get onto the row 3, where we got the first of the Formula 3 craft. That's Richard Pound, 144. Then alongside him, we got another Formula 50, 37. And that is Joe Smith. And then alongside Joe, we got 169. I think that's Kerris Rhodes in the Formula 3. And Jake Trussler, we just seen him out. So brother to Josh, Jake going into the front row there, 110. So Formula 50. So we've done row 1, 2, and 3. Row 4 is 167. Formula 3. Nancy Devlin there in the orange and black craft. Then Ben Lambert in number 86 in the Formula 50. Then further back, Formula 3, 145, Charlie Moore. So let's start now. Testing 1, 2. Right, looks like we've changed to a flag start because the front of the grid has been pulled forward. This is all going to be very tight as they drop down to water and we're away. 81 Nick Drew off to a great start, but it is the world champion Josh Morales, 43, that goes into the turn first. 81, 95 and 110 alongside each other. So Josh Morales out of the lake first. Then Nick Drew, 81, being chased by 95, Dan Turnbull. And the race has been stopped. Okay, we've had quite a few craft coming out of the lake getting airborne. And it looks like Jake Trussler's the one involved in that incident. The medics are there down there anyway, so they've got to him very quickly. The exit out of the lake is quite steep, and quite a few of the craft have been jumping out of there. But if you get it wrong, I suspect that's what's happened. I actually missed it. He's got the bounce wrong. So what will happen is once the marshals have been given the all clear, then the craft will be brought back to the paddock for a rerun, and the next group will be called forward. So the next group will be the Colt race. So just to let you know, we are putting out a live feed this weekend. So if you do want to go away today and look back at what's been happening today, or see what happened yesterday, or even after the weekend, look at what's happening tomorrow. Then we're putting out that live feed on YouTube. So just look for Allerton 2025 Hovercraft Racing. I think you'll find that fairly easy. Now, obviously, you can go back and look at previous events as well. Not just here, but throughout most of the race series that we do. This is just one of the race meetings this year. You'll be able to go back and look at the other sites we race at. They all vary considerably in what they offer. So, talking about our race calendar, our next event, our next race meeting is at Rother Valley Country Park, which is the nearest one to here for our race season. That's in Sheffield. Right, 10-minute board has just gone up for the Colts, so they'll be coming out fairly soon. So Rother Valley Country Park, 7th and 8th of June. And then 21st, 22nd of June, we go to Whittlebury Hall. If you're wondering where that is right next to Silverstone Race Circuit. Literally right next to it. In fact, the course we race on, the land section, is where one of the main camping areas is for that Silverstone weekend, the Grand Prix. So the orange sheeting is now being folded up with the help of the wind, and the driver is somewhere. In fact, I've seen him walking around, so I think all good. Yeah, Jake is walking back. His craft's already come back in the trailer. So if you see those two people in the blue, that's mum and granddad. So Jake there walking, so that's good news. Talking about our race calendar whilst they're going back. So after Whittlebury in June, we then go right down south to Southampton, a place called Gangwerley, 26th, 27th of July. Then we go to a new site that we've got, which is near Buckingham, 20th, 21st September. And then we return back to Whittlebury Hall again in the 4th and 5th of October for our final race meeting of the season. Actually, the first Whittlebury one in June is also a European round as well as our national. So we'll be getting craft from all over Europe coming to that event. And next year, Whittlebury Hall will be hosting the World Championships. Those are held every 2 years. Last year was Germany. And I'm pleased to say that we did come back with quite a few trophies in the various formulas. So we've got our Colts. Colts are aged 10 to 13 years of age. And they are restricting what they can run. It's not just the CC of the engine, but it's also the amount of thrust they can produce out of the back. So there's no point in getting an engine that fits the category, but then tuning it highly because you are then restricted by the amount of thrust you can actually produce out of the back. And that is checked on a regular basis. Right, so running through the grid. Now, I've got to mention that Polly in Australia apparently might be watching still. She was out on their RAS last night, but I gather. But I've been told to shout out for Polly in Australia who's watching on YouTube this live feed. So Polly is a Polly Spedding, and then pole position is Theo Spedding. So there we go. That's the connection. So Theo's in pole position. Now I've got to find out who's in 132 and 133 because we got multiple drivers here in these two teams. So I'm going to speak to the team captain and find out which one got this time. Louis McGavin and JJ McGavin. So no pressure, no peer pressure. They're, brothers. Okay. So no rules, no game plan. Everybody for themselves. Okay, so completing that front row is number 95. And that is Dylan, I was going to say Dylan Thomas. Dylan Clark. Dylan Thomas. Who's he? So just the four in this race for this Colt race, and they are doing 6 laps.
We don't need to spend 5 on a car. And I found one. They just had 14 on the car. That do. Perfect. And then when I went to try it, I opened it up, it said happy birthday in it. So, oh well, cross that bit out.
You need to look at the like that sort of
Yeah.
HCGB.
Oh, okay. I might have seen the advert for that. Yeah. I like it. I like that sort of thing. Yeah.
More than the first one. Yeah, that's it, love.
I don't know. I don't know how you look at it. Yeah. All right.
So my brother had a box.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't go with fast that weekend, but I didn't. Paid for the work for the week at Northampton, and that weekend, the end of that week was what's that quote? Not very good news. The last time we went there.
Western Park.
No, it's the other one.
Stanford.
Stanford, yeah. And my friend said that next time.
Yes.
So they took a tent
Right, here we go. We engines are fired up. Right, whilst we're just waiting, I gave that shout out to Polly over in Australia, but I've also got to give a shout out to Heather and Danny. Heather and Danny, who are now watching in the UK here. Hope you're enjoying it. I've got your granddaughter here, Heather, who's doing a fine job of keeping me under control, sort of. Right, back to the race.
Just telling Adam about how we met.
Not the full story.
I've got the full story.
You got the full story. I think so.
You got the caravan. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what happened in the caravan in Stanford? Oh my goodness. You could write a book, Barry.
At that point, Jeff and Vicky were in the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got on. Otherwise, nothing would have happened.
No.
I knew one of the things I knew was not going to stay in Holland.
Yeah. Wow.
Right, here we go. We're on the lights. And we're away. 95. Dylan off to a slow start, but it is Theo that's going to get down there first. Can he hold it as he drops onto the water? It's all very well getting down there at a fast pace, and is no Theo He got down there fast, but then couldn't turn it. So he lost that lead momentarily, but he's back into the lead again as he sprints up the lake. Oh dear, somebody's gone for an excursion into the reeds, and oh dear. I think he's going to be sat there for the rest of the race. There is no reverse gear, and he's into the long reeds, so chances of him getting out are pretty much zero. And I'm just trying to work out which craft that is. So Theo comes through, number 2. And then we got 132 coming through. I've got to remember which one's which now. Ah. I think that was Rudy. Oh, that was a nasty bounce by Theo coming out of the lake. He's popped a segment at the front there. So 132's all right. So it's 133 that's stuck in the reeds over the far side there. So that's JJ. JJ McGavin stuck on the far side there. So Lou McGavin, if I've got that right. 132. He's still hanging on to Theo there. And we seem to have we lost Dylan somewhere? Right, okay. It looks so Dylan in number 95 might have gone back to the paddock. Well, Theo's got a bit of skirt damage there at the front. He's got 3 segments damaged. He's again slowed down before the drop onto the water, so he's going up the lake, and he's going to have to be very careful because that front end could drop very quickly. And if it does, then the craft stops and he doesn't, and he'll be out swimming. So 132 still hanging on there in second spot, not that far behind. So he's definitely within striking distance if Theo makes a mistake. So that's 4 laps gone, and again Theo slowing right down before he drops onto the water. Right, so the last lap board is now waiting for Theo as he comes through the line. 1 lap to go. Now, second spot. 1, 3, 2. Definitely within striking distance. If Theo slows down again, as he's done previously, then that could allow a change of places. But Theo dropped onto it. He kept speed going this time. So Theo, realising the pressure. So Theo Spedding, number 2, takes the win. And 1, 3, 2. Make sure I get the right. I think it's Louis McGavin. We've got 3 drivers for that team. I think it's Louis. I'm getting the thumbs up. Takes second spot. Right, so the rerun of this open race. See what it's starting to burn up. See if it's an update. James Buster. Can't find his brother down here. Right, so I've just spoken to Josh and his brother Jake, who was involved in that incident. It sounds as if Jake's all right, but the craft is not quite as good. They're frantically working on it to try and get it out into this race, so we'll have to watch that space. So it's good news that Jake's all right, but craft needing a bit of TLC at the moment by the sounds of it. Oh, there we go. 1 take 10. Jake Trust. 110. Jake Truster back on the grid. Right, so this is a rerun, so it'll be the full number of laps, 8 laps. Don't forget, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more about the racing, then the main club website is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. If you want to go and see loads of clips of racing and interviews from the last couple of years or World Championships last year, then on Instagram and Facebook, look for Hovercraft Racing Reels. That's Hovercraft Racing Reels. You'll see it as HRR. Loads of stuff on there. And don't forget, we are putting a live feed out this weekend, so you can go and look at what's happened today when you get home tonight, or what happened yesterday, or after the weekend, we'll look at what happened tomorrow. We are now on the 2-minute board, so 2 minutes away from the start. Emily, how's that leg? Sore. Okay, so Emily came out earlier. The medics had to see to her, had to cut her brand new suit open. Now held together with gaffer tape, but she's walking wounded at the moment. Right, here we go. We're on the 1-minute board now. Right, this is going to be a mad rush down to this first turn. Josh Morales is probably the favourite by a whisker. Number 43, the world champion. He's in second spot on the grid. He had one bad race yesterday, so he's playing catch up. We're on the flag and we're away. Side by side, 81, 43. 81's got the inside line. He's going to make it onto there first. Puts the craft up on its side. It is 81, 43, 95, 110, 48, 169, 51, 144. I think I've lost it. We've got a late starter coming out. I can't see what the number is at the moment. Oh, 86, Ben Lambert. So, coming through the line, the order, 43. Oh, 81, Nick Jones coming towards me. Oh, that was close. Suddenly, Nick Drew, number 81, heading towards the line there, suddenly caught air and was suddenly coming towards me. So I had to leg it rather rapidly. So I missed exactly what happened with that red flag. Right, I've just been told that there's somebody in the water. It always happens behind that tree when I can't see them. Jake Trussler. Oh, again? Is he just trying to hold the limelight? So Jake again. Oh, goodness gracious me. Sounds as if he's flipped it on the water. So the team's going to have the work cut out when he comes back. So having rushed around to get Craft out into this race, when they get the Craft back, yeah, 2 strokes don't like water. So when that gets back, there'll be loads of hands getting onto that, draining the water out of the Craft, obviously. But getting the water out of that engine, getting the engine fired up very quickly because they rust very quickly inside. They just don't like water. So, but that's going to take a little while to get that back to the bank. So, as part of the scrutiny requirement for all craft, they're all checked before the start of a race meeting. There's a scrutineering team that goes through and does all the checks. Part of that requirement is that a craft must float. Now, when they are first presented to race at any race, their first race meeting, they do have to do a flotation test to prove they float. Now, I think Jake's is actually floating, sort of. The fact that it's flipped over is probably we're seeing just the underside of it. And yeah, it looks like he's trying to climb on it to roll it over. Yeah, I'm just listening to it. He's actually climbed on top of the craft, which is upside down. I think he might be trying to actually roll it to get it the right way out.
You right? Oh, does it? Yeah. Does it?
So there will be another rerun of this race. There will only be so many reruns that would be determined by the race director. I think it will be a rerun. I'll need to go and check now. See how many laps they did. Okay, I've been told my unofficial lap score that it should be a rerun. So the next group, I think I might have heard the siren going then. They'll be called forward. Bless you. You're welcome. Somebody sneezing. So just a bit of an insight into the Trussler team, VHR. So two brothers racing there, Jake and Josh. Dad also races, but he's not racing this weekend. Actually, Jake normally races the team with their Formula 2 craft, but they're in the process of upgrading it to a Formula 1. So hence why Jake is out in the spare Formula 50 craft. So if you've come along today and you're liking what you see and you think, oh, I wouldn't mind actually having a go at racing. I'll just wait for them to go past now, causing all this noise. Right, now they'll stop making all that noise. Right, yeah, if you come along today and you think, oh, I mind having a go at this, but don't necessarily want to make that commitment of actually buying a craft or building a craft, just test it out. We do now have a facility. We started at the beginning of last year. It's called Arrive and Drive. So you are now able to rent a craft for a day or 2 days. It's a Formula 50 craft. Basically, you just need to turn up with helmet and all necessary clothing, etc. You obviously need to pre-book it. I know that it's been popular and already booked for some of the meetings this year or some of the days. Today it's not out. Yesterday it wasn't out, but tomorrow it will be. If you fancy that, then for a day it costs £250. For 2 days, 360. Now, if that sort of gets your interest, then obviously place to go is the main club website. You'll find the link there. That's at www.hovercraft.org.uk, or you can send an email direct to info@hovercraft.org.uk. That's info@hovercraft.org.uk. If you just search, Google it, then you're looking for Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race, but it is the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain you're looking for. You might find other people offering other alternative types of things. It won't be racing. Right, the next group being called forward. We'll quickly zip down and see those. So we're now looking at the Formula 2s and Formula 1s out together. So Formula 2's up to 600cc two-stroke, 750cc four-stroke. They're all two-strokes this weekend. And the Formula 1s, we don't talk about cc, we talk about horsepower. That's pure grunt. And they would typically be using 180 to 230 horsepower for thrust plus a lift engine. They're 0 to 60. They will accelerate most standard road cars from a standing start, so it just gives you an idea of how quick they are. They'll top out at around about 70 mile an hour up the lake today. So the grid is still starting to form up. On the front row, we do have a Formula 2 in amongst the Formula 1s, George Barnes. He was actually clocking 70 mile an hour up the lake yesterday. We've got Adam Turnbull, number 14 in the Formula 1 in pole position by the looks of it. So George, number 77 there, that Formula 2. Number 1 coming through, that's going to be Callum Beale. So some taking it out in this group. Second row, we got 25, Stevie Milligan in a Formula 1. Alongside him is Simon Oakley this time. You saw his wife out earlier in the open race. So Simon, 55 in that Formula 2. Then we got 53. And that is Oscar Lewington this time. So Sun taking it out. Row 3, got 61, Dave 3. Og Davies, he normally teams up with his daughter. Dave does the national races and his daughter does the open races. Poor old Dave's had all this weekend because his daughter's pregnant. So she's expecting a baby. So she said maybe back end of this year, she might go racing again. Anyway, alongside Dave Palfrey in 61, he's 98, Maciek. So Maciek Uchman there, the last one on the grid at the moment. So 8 laps, but we're talking substantially quicker now. Right, we've got one missing off the front row, and I'm just trying to work out who it is. Let's go down and have a look. Let's go and speak to the wonderful Maya Barlow. You saw her out racing earlier. She doubles up as one of the grid marshals. Oh, she's already got a buoyancy aider on, ready to go out in a race. So who is it? Oh, Cy Francis. Yes, Cy Francis, number 3. He broke down the lake earlier. Right, we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. Right, 2 minutes away from the start now. 2 minutes. Oh, quick panic. So it looks like Simon Oakley's got a problem, number 55 on row 2 there. So his wife, Sue Oakley, dashing on with the special squirty stuff into the filter. There we go. One quick squirt and away it goes. Nothing like a bit of petrol straight into the air filter. Right, we're on the 1 minute board now. Right, let's see who can get down there. See who can get down there first. Adam Turnbull has been going off like a bullet, and he does again. So Adam Turnbull gets down there first. Callum Bill drops in second, then George Barnes in that Formula 2 third. Then it's Stevie Milligan, 55, 53, 98, 61. That's as regard the lake. The grid is cleared. So Adam Turnbull goes through. Adam is got damage on the front. He's under pressure from Callum Bill. The race is on for the lead. Adam is now trying to fend off from Callum Bill, and that skirt damage is coming to play. The skirt suddenly skewed the craft, and Callum is through and takes the lead. Callum pops a segment on that front section there as it came out of the lake. Well, the wind certainly seems to be having an effect on them today. So George Barnes in that Formula 2, 77, far into the lake there. Looks as though he may be closing the gap on Adam Turnbull, number 14, who's made a mistake. That skirt damage coming into play. In fact, it looks as though Adam's actually stopped. He's just behind the tree there. I can't quite see him. Adam Turnbull looks as though he's out of the race at the moment. And Callum Beale with a problem, our leader. That skirt damage on the front. He's just had to do a spin going up the lake. The front end of top. George Barnes in the F2. Now is potentially looking a challenge for the lead of this race. Passing the F1s. So wait for the leaders to come through. 14 is definitely out of the race. Adam Turnbull, and our new leader is George Barnes, 77. The Formula 2 has gone past Callum Beale, the Formula 1 number 1. So it's the Formula 2 leading this whole group. George Barnes, 77. Second is Callum Beale at the moment, number 1. Third is 25, Stevie Milligan. Fourth is 55, Simon Oakley. Then it's 53, Oscar Lewington. Then Dave Wolf is 61. Then 98, Jack Oakland. So as our leader comes round out of the lake and round the hairpin turn there, weaving through the back markers. That is now 6 laps gone. 6 laps gone. 98, Argent returns back to the paddock. Callum Beale soldiering on. Now that number 1 club with that skirt damage at the front. Steve Milligan, 25, just comes out of the lake. He's in third spot, but a long way back. But Callum spinning on the lake again, that front end dropping. The skirt damage is proving to be quite a challenge. Right, we're on the last lap, ball. 1 lap to go. Wind has changed. What's the problem yesterday? So George Barnes, 77, takes the win in that Formula 2. And Conrad Beale, sorry, it's Callum Beale. Callum Beale comes through in second spot, number 1, with that skirt damage. still waiting for third spot. That's Stevie Milligan just coming out the lake now. Number 25 in that Formula One. He will take third. Fourth overall, but second in Formula 2 will be 55. Simon Oakley. Fifth overall, but third in Formula 2, 61 Dave Palfrey. Then it's another Formula 2, 53 Oscar Luyden, and then 98 Marek Offland. Right, the grid is already formed up for another rerun of this Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35 race. Right, I heard the 5 minutes siren about a minute ago, so we're about 4 minutes away from the start now.
I'm just outside your door.
Right, looks like we're coming up to the chip board in just a moment. Right, that's the 2-minute board. Right, we're 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. So Jay Truster, who rolled the craft, I've just had an update. The driver is okay. The craft is fundamentally okay, but the engine got waterlogged, so they're now trying to get the water out of the engine. And all things being equal, if they can get that sorted, then it will be out for the open race, that last race of the afternoon. Right, we're coming up to the, I was going to say the lights very shortly, but we're on the flag. Here we go, and we're away, and side by side, but it is Josh Morales that gets down there first, but he has got the inside line. Just he gets up on his side, 43, 81, 95, 48. 169, 37, 153, 144, 167. And then I've lost it. So, as they run up the lake, Josh Morales goes through. It's full lead. This June goes through, and he's got scale damage in the front. But the race has been stopped again.
That's it. They've had 3 attempts. They're out.
Right, I'll wait for some further information on that craft. So I think that was the last attempt at running that race. So that will be, I'll need to wait to get confirmation from our race director. Right, okay. Looking down at that scene, I can give you a bit more information because the red sheet has come away. So the medics are happy that we can all see what's going on. So the driver involved was Dan Turnbull. I didn't see the incident, but it's Dan Turnbull that was involved in that. Hopefully he's a walking wounded now. His wife and kids are down there. Adam, he races a team with Adam. His daughter, Laura Turnbull, also races, but she's up on the grid. She's gone down there. Right, so I just had confirmation there will be no more reruns. That is it now. No more reruns. The race director has confirmed that. So that race now is null and void. So I'm now trying to keep track of where we are. I think it's the juniors up next. They'll be called forward. Then we got the novice race and then an open race. So we've got 3 more races to go before we complete today. I've just looked down the paddock and I thought, there's an awful lot of smoke coming from there. I just realised what it is. That'll be number 110, Jake Trussler's craft. They fired it up, probably with a lot of oil in it, to try and lubricate the inside, having had that lake go through it. So, as I said earlier, 2-strokes don't like water, not inside them anyway. And they've given that a good oiling as they fired it up. So that hence what that smoke was. I was getting slightly concerned then.
Okay. Well, the F50 is doing really well at the moment, so.
Right, so our juniors coming out now, age 13, 16 years of age. If you weren't heard earlier, then just give you a brief overview about those. So they're allowed to use the Formula 3, Formula 50, or Formula 35 spec craft. Right, whilst the juniors are gridding up there. Don't forget to go away from today. more information about the club or just looking at video clips, etc., etc. For information about the club, then www.hovercraft.org.uk. On there is our race calendar for the year. This is our first meeting of the 2025 season. And if you just want to go and look at video clips and interviews, then Hovercraft Racing Reels, you can find them on Instagram and Facebook. They may come under HRR, so Hovercraft Racing Reels. You can find them. There's loads of stuff on there from last year, especially the World Championships that were held in Germany. So, pole sits for this race, number 44, Lily Elston. Second spot, number 7, Maya Barlow. Third spot is 153. Emily Lewandon. And completing the front row is 82 is James Cooper. Second row, we've got 75, and that is Harley Allman. And then we've got number 5, Lucas Rhodes. And then 158, Tyler Reynolds. This is doing, juniors are doing 8 laps, same as the adults.
All you need to do is, instead of replace all that information that you retain at lunchtime about animal nutrition, don't sit down on Thursday and go, why can I only think about red flags? I'll worry about that sometimes. But like, I'll remember something really useless. So I can still remember the barcode for a creamer from when I worked in the shop years ago because it wouldn't scan. You had to type it in. So that's in there. But I'm like, I bet one of my children's birthdays has gone. Or something. Do you know what I mean? Something useful is lost. Like Cadbury's cream egg. You know, that, yeah. It's in there. It's in there. You know what I mean? You can get through without a record. A Hovercraft diaries. nothing happened. What if it does? It rectifies immediately. Yeah. You know, like. And they're so much more predictable than other stuff. But same with car racing. Yeah. Without, if you're a fair, it's great, right? You just get quite much deal with what you like. But yeah, they, you know.
Right, we're on the 2 minute board. 2 minutes away from the start now.
Quite intermittent yourself, of course. That's the point I'm at the bottom, so.
1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. Right, coming up to the lights. Here we go. And we're away. Great start by Lily Elston, 44. Meyer right alongside her. Can Lily hold it onto the turn? And Meyer springs wide. So it's 44-7. 153, 82, 75, 158 and 5. Grid is cleared. Lily Elston already pulled out a good lead over Marbo in second spot for 7. Oh, the juniors flying very nicely as they come out of the lake. A lot of them getting their ball nice and flat. So it's across the line with 2 laps gone. 44 Lily Elson leads. Maya Barlow is second. Number 7, third. 153 Emily doing it. Then we've got 82. James Cooper there, 158 Tyler Reynolds. In 6 spots, 75 Harley Allman. And then 7 spot, number 5, Lucas Rhodes. Getting very strong out. Just noticed that Tyler Reynolds with skirt damage on that front right corner as it goes up the lake 158. Gonna have to be careful with that. Harley Allman's not that far behind number 75. Well, Barlow has got something dragging along underneath the craft behind, so I'm not quite sure what that is. She's picked something up on the track. Doesn't seem to be causing any problems. So around the hairpin turn, our leader 44, Lily Elson, going through the line. That is now 5 laps completed. So 5 laps completed now. Well, whatever that was hanging from underneath Maya Barlow's craft, dragging behind has disappeared now. So as our leader goes off the lane, 44, Lily Elson still with a comfortable lead over Maya Barlow, number 7, who's just dropped onto the lane. She's in a solid second. Third is still 153, Emily Lewandon. She's just dropped onto the lane. So we are on the last lap. The two front runners already gone through. Our leader at the far end of the lake there, making the turn to come back towards the land section. The checkered flag will be waiting for her. So around the hairpin turn for the last time. Lily Olsen, the run to the line. Lily takes the win. Number 44. Maya Barlow round the turn, through the line. Maya Barlow takes second spot, number 7. And third through the line, 153, Emily Lewis. Oh, it's going to be a run to the line. It is definitely going to be a run to the line. Oh, that was close. Oh, Harley was pushing out hard. Put the craft up inside as he went through the line. But Tyler Reynolds got caught spot by about half a craft length there over Harley Allman in number 75, taking 5th. 6 will go to number 5, Lucas Rhodes. And then 7th will go to 82, James Cooper. Okay, we now have our novices. I think I'm right in saying we've put in the one who's actually a driver that's re-qualifying, number 8, Mike King in that F1. So if you see last time today was that he just did the minimum number of laps to get the race on his license. So that'll be 3 laps. So hopefully that'll be a fairly quick job, and then we get the last race set up and ready to finish off our day, and that'll be the Open Formula race. So technically 2 races to go, but I think this this one coming up now would just be a formality of 3 laps for Mike King. Any of you are standing down here, just make you aware, that is my escape route. I already had to leg it once because some of the faster craft, one of them ended up very close to him.
I would just let you say moments before to Adam that we are married for 25 years in August, and then Nick comes along almost wiping you out. I don't know what that means, but
Yeah. Am I sure?
well,
It's out to date.
Hope so is the answer.
until the mortgage is paid off, that's November, so that's not a lot, is it? No.
So it's not even worth it, really.
Charlotte was also saying that you've been married for 20. That could be very popular.
Punching me.
Yeah.
Like,
You
right.
go. How many laps will Mike be doing?
Do you want to check
Hold
my
and
notes
trial.
for the last two? Oh, fair enough. It
Yeah,
happened.
but I don't myself more than you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm happy if he only does one, come on.
Right, okay, I just had it confirmed it is only 3 laps for Mike King, but it was also, I was also reminded that Mike was only going to do 3 laps the last time, but didn't actually even achieve that. The craft broke down. So I say 3 laps. Hopefully for Mike it is 3 laps. It doesn't break down again. But then we'll go into our final race of the day, the open race. So here we go. That's Mike King just re-qualified. So this is just a paperwork exercise in many ways. He's just got to do 3 laps to qualify him at the show. Like I say, he didn't even manage to do that in the earlier race. So fingers crossed that doesn't break down again. So that's the 10-minute board going up for the next race. So you're being called forward.
Again.
Yep.
Oh dear. I wonder if that was commentator's curse. It broke down again, lift engine. So 2 races that should have just been a paperwork exercise, minimum number of laps, and he hasn't managed to do it. Oh dear. So anyway, our next group will be coming out very shortly. They've already had a 10-minute board. And so this is the open Formula race. Final race of the day.
Broke down here.
Don't forget, we are here again tomorrow. If you're coming back tomorrow, please make sure you bring some sunshine like we've got now. Not that cold, damp stuff we had earlier.
Now we've done enough. So I won't go to race control and sign him off now then.
Right, I'm going to party and up again.
That looks like it's still going, didn't it? Oh, did it? Yeah. Did he do 3 laps? That
No,
wasn't no,
2.
2. Oh, so he can't sign 2 and an 8, is it? better contacts for this.
Can he accumulate all his laps together to get one race?
Yeah.
Like he did two in
Charlotte,
the
if
first
he's
one,
waiting
two
for
in the
checkers
second.
now, he'd come through.
Can you grab his tag?
Yeah. Brother.
Right, yeah.
And then go past.
Right. We'll watch.
Yeah.
The Velcro strap there, the Velcro
Yeah.
at its best.
Charlie,
Yeah.
you want to sell you some rapid tickets for relay, main relay. £50 a ticket. And you can get 200, winner at £200, second price is £75. After that, all of the other.
Stuff. Want to hear a pay first?
Oh, here we go.
Unfortunately, no, let you negotiate this between the two of you.
Who took you to Germany? Well, no, you took over, didn't you?
Yes, I'm still winning.
Right, that's the 5-minute board now. 5-minute board.
Yeah, so I'll go talk to him.
Right, here we go. We are now under the 2 minutes away from this start of the final race of the day. Pole says Formula 2, 55, Sue Oakley. Second spot, the Formula 1, Conrad Beale. Third spot is currently vacant. Then we've got Dave Palfrey, 61 in the Formula 2. Second row, Oscar Lewington, 53 in the Formula 2. Josh Truster, 48 in the Formula 50. That's row 2 complete. Row 3, we got 98, Mychek Uckman, then 116. I'm not sure whether that's Surrey or not, maybe. And then we got 155 at the back, and that looks like Adam Turnbull. Well, they're away, and as expected, number 1, Conrad Beale, just sprinting off the line, just to get some clear run to that first turn. So I think number 3 see the position there. Didn't have the run to actually challenge for the first position. Oh dear, 116, Serena Hackett, the hands up, she returns back to the paddock. Oh, it's Conrad Bickle. Excellent for lane. Number 1, clear leader, Suo Farin, just coming relatively fairly comfortable second. Third is Dave Cole, 361. He's in that Formula 2, but he's being challenged by Josh Russell in that Formula 50, number 48. So midpoint of the race now. 4 laps gone. Well, looking at our leader, number 1, Conrad Bull, looks like he throttled off going up the lake. He's coming up to the battle that's going on between 48 and 61. They just come out the lake. There we go. And that is the battle for third. So Sue Oakley just gone past me in 55 in that 42, second spot. That's 6 laps gone now. 2 laps to go. And there we go. Conrading that Formula 1, just stretching the legs of that craft and going past the Formula 2 and the Formula 50 craft with ease. And Josh just catching some air there as he went into the turn, brings it back down again. Sue Oakley exits the lake in second spot, but almost a lap down. And she's got some skirt damage at the front. So 1 lap to go. So with 1 lap to go, Conrad. Oh, yeah, it's definitely going to happen now. Sue Oakley, that front skirt damage, just caught her out, took her off into the reeds, and she pulls back out again. So she has lost that second spot. She drops to 4th. Suddenly, there's front drop. She ends up in the reeds, caught back out. By which time, Dave Pulford is 61 and 48. Josh Trusler had gone past her. Now, as they exit the lake, I've just realised that Dave Palfrey suddenly swung wide, and I've lost. So Dave Palfrey's got his hand up in the lake. So Josh Trustler in that Formula 50 comes through in second. Third comes 55, Sue Oakley in the Formula 2. So fourth goes to 155, Adam Turnbull. And I think then 6 will go to 98. Check. Right, so I've got a lost and found. I've got an air filter cover that's been given to me that's probably blown from the paddock. I think I'll be doing a lot of lost and found tomorrow morning at driver's briefing. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that's our day done. Thank you for coming along today and watching. And for those of you online, our day is done. Polly in Australia, hope you've enjoyed the racing. And Heather and Danny back in the UK. I've got a thumbs up from Georgia here. And yeah, we're going to do it all again tomorrow. So we're now finished. The sun is out. It's still breezy. It's still fresh. But we're going to be back again with practice starting at 10 o'clock and the first race at 12 o'clock. So this is me, Barry Oakley, signing off for today. We'll see you all again in the morning. Bye-bye.
Near somewhere. They didn't have these wet jobs. Would be far more.
Well, I've just flagging the whole day. I practiced flagging the whole day. Not sat behind.
Hard work. Long stand.
Pretty much. I mean, I call them yeah, right. Yeah, right, so.
Magic, you're eating ice cream. Bloody hell. That,
Look, now it's better because from the last month I got a this shoulder. I get permanent pain and going easier like that. So now I the right shoulder. Now it's pain both. So the balance. The balance. So then I try to repeat everything by right hand, not using the left hand, so I can repeat anything. No, it's alright. But starting from bench, it's completely sounds wrong, completely low power. So I'm going quite fast the point. When I start turning, from this moment I completely losing the power and I'm picking up somewhere here. But on the last lap, then it was picking up completely, so I was just going. I was trying to counting 4 laps to be sure that at the points and I think I count correctly. Oh yeah, that's something that's quite right, yeah. Southampton, which done so I've done that since he's been on
Brand new pressure. Yeah, seen them all.
Ross, do you want the boat radio just in the box as well?
Just to the left hand side of it.
Nicky, it doesn't go, I can't catch up and go through your ear. That's the issue with it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I thought this was going to be that where like it comes out the off my arm in it, just goes like that. Yeah. yeah, so it's all different and variant, and I've got another 4 of those cameras, so could do multiple. Well, 4 of the decent ones, and then another 8 of other types. So I'm planning on for the Worlds more than 1 camera, if we can get the manpower. Yeah. Yes, please.
Oh yeah, yeah, Whistlebury. Yeah, that Tuesday. Yes.
I won't put it nil. That gives us more than enough. More than enough. Yeah, I can go down smaller, but
No, I wouldn't.
no.